Evil blanket fish has awoken.
All right. Hey, Nami, how you doing? All right, so today we're going to be continuing with Eiyuden Chronicle Rising, possibly finishing it. I think we were pretty close to the end. Why is there no audio? Yeah, that was weird. Okay. I think I might know what's going on. Yeah, because we're in the fire area. We're getting, like, I think it's, like, close to the end.
Hi, everybody!
Hey, Ragna. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know why the hell Windows does this, but it's like, anytime you plug in a new thing that can output sound, it's like, oh, you want to use that? So, since, I didn't want to unplug it, I have my 360 controller hooked into the 360 now since we're playing Blue Dragon. I hooked in my PS4 controller, of which the PS4 controller has that little speaker, you know, right here. So I hook it in and my computer's automatically, it's like, oh, you want the sound to come through that, right? Of which it wasn't, but for some reason it clicked onto there. It was, I don't know. I don't know why it does that all the time. Just automatically assumes anything new that could possibly output sound is the thing you want to use. Yeah, no, I'm just more commenting on why it is that the default setting for Windows 10 is just any possible thing new that could output sound, even if it only outputs sound like as a secondary function, like the controller, it automatically thinks you want the sound to come out of that now. Yeah, I guess so. Why? What happened? Oh, I've never seen anything like this before. What do you think it is? Does it look very useful, does it? These books are practically relics. Is this the old script? Strange gizmos, stranger books, and massive sigils. No doubt about it, this is the Sorcerer's Lab. That humongous lens is somewhere, I'm sure of it. Oh, where is it then? Look, another device. She's right, let's take a look, Guru. Up you go, mate. Combine! You're getting along well. Too well. The runes on this match the ones on Malore's rune lens. This'll fit for sure. What will it show us this time? There he is, the sorcerer! Oh, damn. I didn't realize that was a thing. Like, is it a thing where you have to redo the game, but you, like, keep your stats and everything? Or do you literally have to go back and replay it again from, like, the same stats and stuff you had back then? Hey, Conman. This is Eiyuden Chronicle Rising. It was a stretch goal for Eiyuden Chronicle, the spiritual successor to Suikoden, and it's kind of a prequel. It's like a 2D, like, action RPG side-scroller, but it's supposed to be like a little bit of a prequel to the main thing. It was just a stretch goal. Came out earlier this year. It worked. It actually worked. The raw lens transmutation was a success. Can't do much with a lens of this quality, though. So this one didn't have enough power to crystallize anything good. That's it. The amount of magical power the subject influences the grade of the lens produced. If I use a more powerful creature, allow it ample time. Michael laughing. Incredible. He could create raw lenses? Incredible isn't the word I'd use for a teeny tiny lens like that. Think, Guru. If we could use that magic, we could make as many lenses as we want. You heard him. The bigger the subject, the bigger the lens. Think you can learn how to do it from these books and devices? Of course I can. I don't read the old script, do I? Can't use magic either. Besides, magic can only be used by someone special enough to get chosen by a rune lens. Or... What? Well, I was just wondering if someone who was born with magic might be able to replicate the sorcerer's method. Someone like... No, I cannot. Nor can I read the old script. I haven't the slightest notion what that old man was chanting. No good, huh? Oh, looks like we came up short again. So close and yet so far. Speak for yourself. There's plenty of places left to explore down here. That humongous lens is around here somewhere, and I am not leaving without it. Suppose you're right. We best get a move on then if we're gonna search every inch of this place. Right. Isha, are you alright? You've been staring off into space for a while. Oh, yes, I'm fine. Ah, damn it, they knocked me out. So basically something that you want to save before you do, just in case you screw it up. Or does it, like, overwrite your save? Damn. I feel like you're slowly talking me out of playing that game. These look just like the runes on the machine back at the volcano. What's it doing all the way over here, then? Do you think someone removed it from the device and brought it here? Said it yourself. We're likely the first ones to make it this far in. Definitely the first adventurers, anyway. So who, then? Ancients? Sorcerer himself? Or my father, possibly. No way of knowing for sure. Why it's here doesn't really matter much anyway. It's what's going to show us that's important. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I would assume there's guides for the, like, previous versions. I don't know how relevant they are to the new one, though. Isha, you look pale. No, I'm fine, really. Are we heading back to the volcano, then? Let's do that. We might get a hint as to where the humongous lens is hiding, after all. I guess that would definitely be a good thing for people who have played the old ones a bunch. That this one's pretty different. Let's see if there's any side quests up. New chapters, so I'm sure there are. Second Street, room quarter, residential, and outlet. Where could that boy have gotten to now? You okay? Oh, you're CJ, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Alicia. No, I'm not okay. I'm never okay lately. When my boy isn't here making trouble for me, he's elsewhere making trouble for others. Oh, has he run off? Want me to go look for him? I couldn't ask you to do that. We just met. But it would really help. My son has something of a reputation around here, see? He puts up a fight, just tell him this. Okay, got it. Pretty sure I know who she's talking about. Avon is his name, by the way. Good luck. I think you might need it. Leave it to me. Did manage to make everything last time, right? Yep, everything's for sale, so I made all of them at least once. That's right, these are the ones that were really expensive. 10,000 each, and I need another giant hunk of ice, which I don't know where to get. Ah, the old sunken cost fallacy. I've done so much that I have to do it all now. Wait, I know you. You're one of those guys who left Mallory behind. Yeah, CJ. You and other weaklings like you don't deserve to be called adventurers. You're right. I am? I already know I'm not cut out for this. I'm Lucas, by the way. I got a lot of shtick for running off like that. Gokto let me have it. Squash and Hogan, too. The less said about Hugo's reaction, the better. Everyone said I should apologize to Mallory, and to you. DJ, Guru, Isha, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Sounds like you had a hard time. Apology accepted. Thank you. I'd like to apologize to Mallory, but think she'd hear me out? I could go ask her for you. I'll let her know. Hey, Mallory, that Lucas guy who ran off on you in the barrows. Apparently he'd like to apologize if you'd let him. Oh, that guy, huh? If he really wants to say sorry, he can come and find me himself. I don't know if I'll forgive him, though. We'll see. Nice thinking, Mallory. I'll let him know. Oh, I guess it could apply to drugs also, but I guess sunken cost fallacy is usually more towards gambling. A lot of gamblers have that. They go, well, you know, I've spent so much money, I can't leave until I've won it back. That whole thing. DJ, I hear right that you've been up on Snow Peak. Oh, yes, but what's it to you? Got a job for you, so you don't mind heading back up there. That depends. What do you need me to do? I need some furs. Type can only be gotten up on that mountain. Furs? Too easy. Exactly what you want you to say. Not too much trouble, take this warded pack with you. Okay, but why? That's a secret, I'm afraid. Secret? Why? Tell me. My lips are sealed. Fine. I'm back. Fur from the Snow Peak, as requested. Yes, this is from the Snow Peak, alright. And what of my bag? You don't want to check the fur a little closer? I mean, sure, I have the bag. I see. Yes, just as I thought. Experiment is a success. Why might you fill me on this little experiment of yours? Alright, now I suppose I'll tell you. I used a menhir to get you used a menhir to get to the Snow Peak, didn't you? Oh, yes, but what's it to you? Menhir bend time and space. Seems as if they're connected to somewhere deeper than the barrows. Ancient text you brought me last time suggested, from what I could catch, that their powers could have an effect on my snowpacks. So I had you take that watered pack with you to see what kind of effect they were talking about. It worked. Learned much already. Be happy to hear this means I can make my snowpacks even better now, too. Oh, that's good, I suppose. I'm self-taught in all this. Toying and tinkering is the only way I know to learn these things. Anyway, here, have a stand. $5,000. CJ, you busy? Mind if I ask you a favor? Not at all. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you'd send a message to that woman for me. Tell her I'm happy you're okay. Don't worry about the debt. Has this Miss Wolven had anything to do with that old friend you told me about last time? It's her. A long time ago she was manipulated into trying her luck as a singer by some bad apples. Fell into a lot of debt. She borrowed from me too, but she never seemed to have enough. Eventually, she vanished. The vase she sold was made to look cracked. I suspect it was her way of trying to pay me back. But I don't need it. I don't want it. Not after all this time. I understand. I'll see if I can find her. No pressure or anything. Hey, Frogert. How you doing? And, no, it's fine. I'm well aware that I stream at odd hours for a lot of people. Cannot sell or calcum or mithril. Anyway, I think I may have enough for all the upgrades. Lois said she'd hear you out any time, so you should go find her. She did mention that she doesn't know if she'll accept your apology, though. Okay, thanks. I guess I'll go get this over with. Let me stamp that card for you. So I need a little bit more money, and I also need to find a giant hunk of ice. I feel like the only one I found was dropped by that boss at the end of Snow Peak, but it doesn't seem to come back. Excuse me, I have a message for you from Renee. I'm happy you're okay, don't worry about the debt, he said. Unthinkable. After my cruelty. I think it was serious. When he realized who you were, he seemed really happy. Not only that, but I think your disappearance is the reason he opened that shop in the first place. Because of me? So if I was you, I'd go see him again. You're right. I will do that. And lady said she would come by to see you. Seriously? Thank you so much, CJ. I'd better get her money ready to return. I think she's more interested in seeing you than the money. Me? Oh, why, is my hair okay? Maybe I should book a table at Sarita's. Don't tease me, alright? I feel silly enough as it is. And you realize accessories went up to level 5. I thought 4 was going to be the highest. Alright, little boy, your mother's looking for you. That guy cares. She'll be mad at me whether I go home now or not, so what's the point? She didn't need to say that. Told me to let you know if you don't run back, it'll be carrots for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ugh. Okay, I'll go straight home. Just gotta keep those carrots away from me. Found him. He should be back soon. He really hates carrots, huh? Sorry to have troubled you, CJ. Thanks for your help. Have a stamp. That's all of them. At least for now. Same as usual, if you don't mind. Heck, I've got a choice. Be a bit more ladylike coming down this time, though. No promises. Yep, these are a set, alright. This should fit.
Show us your wisdom, oh great mysterious gizmo. It's starting.
Now, how dare you? Pathetic mortals, cattle, all of you. Oh yeah? Must be pretty humiliating getting to be beaten by our heads, then. You call us cattle? I'll stop you. People of Nevaeh will suffer no more.
So the legend was true. The sorcerer was sealed away down here. The seals are broken, though. We be scared?
These visions are from hundreds of years back, right? I doubt that old geezer's soul has hung around this long.
Are you sure you're okay, Isha? Did you notice? Those who sealed the sorcerer had the same hair color as me.
He said the people of Nevaeh, didn't he? The ancestors of the townsfolk, same hair color as Isha here.
New Nevaeh was formed when our ancestors settled on the abandoned town of Old Nevaeh. There should not be any blood ties between us.
Coincidence?
The only citizen of New Nevaeh with azure hair is me. No one else can use magic either. The monsters used in the sorcerer's transmutation experiments also had azure hair when he was done with them. Is it possible he ran the same experiments on the people of Old Nevaeh? And that's why they sealed him away, but that would mean I'm...
Hey, slow down, mate. You're overthinking this. Ain't that right, CJ?
Alright, besides, that thing died right after its hair changed color, didn't it? You're alive and kicking. Not the same at all.
Exactly.
But...
I know. You're hungry, right? Can't think straight on an empty stomach. Let's head back to town and take a break, shall we? Hot bath and a hot meal is all you need, man. You'll see.
I'm with Guru on this one. Let's head back for now.
Bartender, the usual.
Roger that. Pavlova on the way. How about you two? Mega Katsu Curry. What about you, Isha? Red Hot Tom Yum Kung? Just tea, please.
Cup of tea won't recharge your batteries, mate. You can have a few bites of my pavlova if you want. Sweet enough to set you right.
You know she always orders spicy stuff, don't you? Pavlova, Mega Katsu Curry, and a pot of tea for now, then. You should take your time and order as you like, pet. I'll have some Red Hot Tom Yum Kung ready with your name on it, so don't worry about anyone getting to it first. Thank you, Sarita. You're worrying too much, Isha. I mean, even if that sorcerer had something funny even if the sorcerer had done something funny to the folk who used to live here, that doesn't mean it's got anything to do with you.
Hate to admit it, CJ's right.
And why can I use magic without a lens? Well, I don't have all the answers. Wasn't it you who said magic can only be used by a special individual chosen by a lens? Technically it was my dad that said it, but yeah. So my magic is what then? Should I just pretend I didn't see that monster and those people with the same hair color as me?
Help! Someone help!
You hurt, pal? What happened?
I'm fine, it's my friend. Please, somebody has to help.
Elaborate.
We're in the barrels on our way to the snow peak when we were attacked. Took it down, but some hits in the process and didn't have enough medicine on me. I could walk, so I decided I'd best go get help. Please, I'm begging you. You fail to prepare, you prepare to fail, mate. As you can see, we're waiting on some grubs. Move along and...
I'll go.
This acting mayor? Really? Hold on now, just...
Me too. Couldn't enjoy a hot meal knowing I let someone die.
It's in the fine print, mate. Your safety is your own responsibility.
Garo, you're coming too.
Wait, I'm not...
DJ, where do you think you're going? What am I to do with this curry? Sorry, Sarita. I'll be back soon. She's like a tornado, that one. Blowing in and out.
I'll be going too, then.
Of course you are. Not going to let them do all the work, are you? Go. Don't worry about the money.
Let me finish my sentences, lady. As with the women in this town. Gonna help too? Thank you, friend. I really owe you one. All of you. You stay right here. You can't fight, you'll only get in the way. You made us where the barrels meet the snow peak, yeah? Whereabouts? Right where the men there at the farm leads you. Bartender, our dinner's on him. You waiting?
Take a seat. Eat something while you're here. They'll take care of the rest. Thanks. Pavlova and Megakatsu curry as requested.
Sweet and spicy together? Isn't that strange?
Be grateful the other one didn't order the red-hot Tam Yung Kun.
He's gonna eat our dinner. Actually, I should probably check see if there's side quests. Might have been a few pop up between now and then. There definitely are some, I already see them. Plaza, 2nd Street. This town is so dull.
Something the matter?
Even the residents are vile.
Vile?
I had held out hope that something would win me over, but some beautiful scenery or hearty rustic cooking, perhaps. There was not here for a man of refined taste such as I.
You enjoy looking down your nose at honest, hard-working people?
So, do you think this town has something that can impress the famous Enzo, then?
Of course it does. Ain't that right, Isha? Me? Well, you know this town more than me, after all.
I don't know about that.
What about the delicacy we just began making?
That might just do the trick, mate.
We'll wipe that smirk off your face. Isha, have you got a minute? You are Isabella, right? I have only been here a few days. You've already memorized my name. I admire that kind of attention to detail. Unfortunately, I have to complain about something. What is with the old folks in this town? Ah, yes, well, I'm trying to warn them off making too much of a fuss. Ever since you started adventuring, they've been even more annoying than usual. Not all of them, of course. Maybe you should probably go look into that. Indeed. Do you know where I can get some good food? Oh, sorry, I should introduce myself. My name is Laurel.
No idea how to pronounce that.
She's beautiful. And if it's good food you're after, you should head over to Sarita's Tavern. What's up? It's my sister, She's a fussy eater, to say the least. And a hungry girl at that. Sometimes I think she'll never be satisfied. Sarita will definitely have something she'll like. What does your sister like? I'll go get something for you. She's partial to anything with eggs in it, I suppose. Sarita, don't suppose you can whip up one of those folded omelets real quick? For you, CJ, I definitely can. One folded omelet coming up.
I was wondering if maybe giving everybody their favorite dish would be an achievement, but it wasn't.
Rajiv, we need one of your Healthy Forever.
Coming right up. Don't matter to me if you're around or not. I won't give them Outlanders an inch.
It's true, I suppose. I'm hearing reports that the Outlanders are dissatisfied lately. Cannot afford an incident. Please consider your behavior.
I'm making no promises.
Ta-da! Nunevea's very own delicacy, Healthy Forever.
What's all? Black? My word.
Oh, just shut up and eat it.
Its fragrance is formidable even after just one bite. Unique texture. What are these new flavors? Ah, it is magnificent, addictive.
Eat the whole thing? Well, how was it?
I stand by my assessment. My fingers have become dirty from eating it. Bring me some... Be sure to bring me some utensils to eat it with tomorrow.
Tomorrow? So that means...
Cannot possibly make up my mind unless I eat it at least twice. Don't you bumpkins know anything about taste?
Outlander Lane isn't such a bad place. Lots of delicious food down there. Still don't like Outlanders, though. There'll be new dishes next week from what I've heard. Nice try, Missy, but I still don't care for your lot.
The Outlanders are feeling uncomfortable. See.
Yes, indeed. I fear we cannot allow things to escalate any further.
More than protecting the city, we shall be taking care of each other as fellow humans. Have my word, I shall endeavor to maintain good relations.
Well, we found at least one objector willing to listen to reason. I'm sure being the acting mayor must be tough. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. You're back. I think your sister will like this. Thanks. You know what? I think she just might.
Alright. Now let's go do the story quests. Unless more have popped up. Sometimes more pop up after you do the initial. Nope. Alright, story quests. Guy said his mate was around here somewhere.
I can't let it find me here. That voice came from over there.
Hey, Seimato. How you doing?
Another rune golem. You guys, please help me.
Hold tight, mate.
Over here, you ugly mug. We'll take you on. Thank you. You guys saved my life. You can thank your pal when you see him next. He told us he'd left you here and asked us to help. Is he okay?
He's a little beat up, but he'll live. Had enough life in him to send us after you, after all.
Thank goodness. Such bad luck to run straight into a rune golem. I didn't run into him. Something is very weird around here. I thought I saw someone from the town, but when I asked him for help, that rune golem came out of nowhere. Elaborate. This guy came from deeper down in the barrows. Looked like he'd just come from the town, though. I called out to him for help. I think he heard me because he looked right this way, but he just stood there mumbling something. Then he did this creepy little dance and vanished. Next thing I know, I'm face to face with a rune golem. Father.
Certainly sounds like what she saw.
What could he be doing down here? Something fell. Is this a diary? Yes, it's Father's diary. His handwriting, it's definitely his. I want to know what's in there just as much as you do, but we've got to get her back to town first. True, her friend would be sick with worry. Let's head back. Your friend is safe and sound, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. I won't forget this kindness. Here, take a stamp. It has me rethinking this whole adventurer thing. Maybe I'm just not cut out for it.
What are you saying? Wounds will heal. We'll be back on our feet in no time.
But you
think a little setback like this is going to stop me? I told you I'm going to see those barrels with my own 2 eyes. Now that sounds like an adventurer. It's important to learn about your limits, and about what to train in advance, and about preparation, of course. But to me, it's iron will that makes an adventurer. The unbreakable determination to press on, find the treasure, and make it out of any situation alive no matter what.
Well, that's actually a decent speech.
With a spirit like that, you can definitely make it to the depths of the barrels. I believe in you. Thanks, I'll make it, no doubt in my mind.
Fine, I'll go too. Can't let you take all the glory.
Obviously, even if you tried to worm your way out of it, I'd drag you down there myself.
Stock up on meds next time, yeah? And take care of your weapons. Good advice, thanks.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Isha. Let's take a look at that diary, shall we? Yes, of course.
Many eyes around here. Let's go somewhere quiet.
My place. No one will bother us there.
There's 13 side quests, but I only need another 10 stamps to finish off the card. I'm guessing this next quest is probably point of no return, since so many have just popped up also. Lady, you may call me Jackie. You have the look of an adventurer about you. Have you perchance heard tales of the Barrows being home to a rather special hammer in your adventures?
I haven't yet, but I'm more than happy to take a look for you. Wait here. CJ, I'm bored. I need you to play with me. Play with you? I'm an adventurer, kid. Very busy. Don't you have any friends your own age? Guess it's not that easy to make friends, huh? I'll go find you some friends. Just wait here.
CJ, a moment?
Sure, what is it, Hugo?
You enjoy collecting these stamps, yes? I have a task for you, if you're up to it.
Go on.
Frankly, it's been too quiet around here. My sword arm hasn't been this stiff in years. I'd like to test my blade against giant hunks of ice. I've heard much of their durability. Shall see about that.
I can probably get ice hunks from the monsters in the summit, I suppose. Got it. Be right back.
Actually, I need one of those for Isha's last upgrade. The last weapon upgrade. At the very least, this will tell me where to get them. I'll just make sure to get an extra one. Don't want to go there yet.
Hey, you, come here. Yes? I'm Tarai. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is who you are. You know Master Yugo, don't you? Master Yugo? I suppose I do, yeah. I'll only ask this once then. There's nothing going on between you and Master Yugo, is there? Going on?
Come on, mate. Look who you're talking to.
Whatever, look. I've been doing a little investigation on Master Yugo and I found that he's partial to salted plums. Huh? I'd like to give Master Yugo some salted plums, but I can't seem to find any around here. Would you try and tack them down for me? I could try, but if you say there aren't any around, I'm not sure where I'm supposed to look. Hogan told me before that he stocked them from time to time. Fortunately now doesn't seem to be one of those times. Okay, well, I'll find any if I bring them straight to you.
You're Miss CJ, are you not?
Miss CJ? Wow, yeah, that's me.
I am Michel. I believe you've already met my employee, Master Enzo.
Oh, that gourmand guy who hangs around the inn.
Very same. I have heard from my master that you are reliable.
Got upgraded from Vile, did I?
My master had intended to investigate the mine, you see. If plenty of ore were to be found within, this town would no doubt be a prime investment opportunity.
In that case, please leave everything to my associate CJ here. Huh, Isha? Alright, we got what you asked for.
Incredible.
If you stamp my card, I'll be on my way. You're one of those guys who abandoned Mallory.
CJ, Guru, Isha. It's me, alright. Name's Starling, by the way. Not that it matters what you call a coward like me.
Huh?
I've been getting earfuls from everyone. Gokto, Squash, Hogan, even Hugo. Makes sense you'd come to say your piece. Heard my pal Lucas was looking to apologize too. I should do the same. Guess I'll start with you three. TJ, Isha, Guru, sorry for being such a sorry adventurer.
Hey, don't make this awkward, okay?
I think Mallory deserves more than words, though. Any idea what she likes? Chocolate cake.
How do you, of all people, know that?
I asked her last time we met. Took note of the important stuff.
Important stuff?
Chocolate cake it is. Do you, know where I might get one?
I can get it for you, in exchange for a stamp, of course.
CJ, help. I need your help.
What's the matter?
About the treasure chest them bandits took from me. Heard another one's been seen. Down the barrows, no less. One of them venturers said they saw it down there.
It's in the barrows, won't be there for long before bandits get their hands on it again.
I'm afraid that's all I got to go on. Fine.
Leave it to me. You okay, Mallory? You look a little pensive. Oh, hi, Scavenger Girl. Yeah, I was just thinking about what happened. Ah, the eruption. Yeah, that was really something. You don't think everyone hates me now, do you?
Some self-awareness at last, eh?
I'm sure they don't, but if you like, I could go ask around for you. Wait here. I'll report back in a bit. Hey there, lady. Got a minute? Too beautiful. Why am I nervous? Yes? You happen to have seen a girl who looks like me around here. She's my sister. Goes by the name Laura. Oh, you must be Ur. Haven't seen Laura in a while, though. Looks like we'll have to find out for myself if she went off into the woods looking for elves. You can't go into the forest by yourself. Let me take care of it for you.
Never been to the town outskirts.
Miss! You okay, kid? My name is North. I lost my papa. Would you help me? Sure, tell me about your papa. You don't know him. He's the best hunter in the land. Hunter? Okay, I'll take a look around. Why is everyone so childish around here? You seem upset. Charlie's my name. I was hoping to make some friends here, but everyone here is so immature. Not that I want to hang out with old folks or anything, just someone a little older than me would be nice. I wonder if there's anyone who fits that description around here.
I know of one.
I thought that too, but they're a little...
Wouldn't hurt to try.
Please, tell me about this person. I'll tell you, but you might not like what you hear. Let me go check with them first. You CJ, the same CJ who caught the legendary salmon. I'm Jill. I'm on a quest to catch the extra large salmon. Up for a challenge, are you? Extra large salmon? Wait, which is better? I can tell you which is bigger. In that case, challenge accepted.
You must be the girl who's been breaking everyone's fishing records around here. CJ, right? I'm Bing Bing. But even you can't possibly catch a large catfish.
Large catfish? Sounds fun. I'll give it a shot.
I'd like to see you try. You'll live to regret those words. Let's see if we've accepted them all. I think that's all of them.
No way, that boy chased Yum Yum away. Did what?
Sorry, the magical girl, Mallory? She's a liability from what I've heard. I, for one, wouldn't go adventuring with a sorceress as wild as her. That's for sure.
Can't say I blame you. Mallory. Young lads probably have a lot of time for her, I'd imagine. But I like my sorcerers a little less green behind the ears, the type that can look after themselves in a pinch. She is pretty inexperienced, I suppose. That would certainly put people off.
No way, he's too cheeky.
Even for you? Sure, I love making new friends. Really? That's great. Bruno said he'd come play with you. You and him are around the same age. Seriously? I mean, I'll play with him if he wants. Alright, Red. Go over and play nice, but give me my stamp before you go. Hi, Sarita, can you cook up a chocolate cake for us? I certainly could.
Lost Beast Child's daddy. Probably here on Outlander Lane, I'd wager.
My thoughts exactly.
Well, there was a beastman here earlier talking about going hunting in the woods.
A forest, huh? Hey, Mallory. What's up, CJ? There's this kid called Charlie looking for older friends. You wouldn't be interested in that, would you? Charlie? The fluffy kid? Interested? I'm in, CJ. That's so. Here you go, one chocolate cake. She'll definitely hear you out when she sees this.
I owe you guys big. As promised, a stamp. North. That's my boy.
Oh, great. Go get him. Mallory, of course I know her. She's great. You really think so? She's really pretty and she's strong enough to break that wall. I hope I can be like her one day. When you put it like that. What the hell would she? Seems like you're pretty popular with kids, girls in particular. Kids? Huh, girls, I see. Well, at least one. A role model for little girls everywhere. Of course, that's exactly what I am. I'll get stronger and tougher and faster and... Oh, slow down.
That went well, I think.
Papa will be here shortly. Thank you, miss. Mallory said she'll be friends with you. She's a little older than you. Really? I'll go say hello. Thanks, old lady. Old lady?
Alright, so what have I got left? Barrows, Snow Peak. Let's do the one of Snow Peak first. Because like I said, I need 2 of those actually. So this will at least point me to the direction of where I can get them. I thought they're from where that boss was, but it never respawned. Unless maybe now it does. Yeah, now it does. Okay, we'll use this one to go get the last upgrade for Isha. Come back and get another one. Hey, Rampage, how you doing? Playing Fortnite? How'd you do? One giant hunk of ice, just like you asked. You have my thanks. I'll probably need you to fetch another one soon. Power Bomb level 5. Oh, it already got put in. Okay. I'm doing good. I think we're getting towards the end of this. They gave me I think this is like the last chunk of side quests before we head to like the end game on this. So, Moon Barrows, Great Forest, Moon Barrows, Great Forest. Let's go to the Great Forest, I guess, first and take care of these two. Well, I'm on story quest 29, I think. And I think I looked it up that there's 31 story quests. It's either 31 or 33, I can't remember which it was. But I know that like the last few of them are like all in a row, like there's a point of no return where you're just doing the last of them. And I think after this set of sub-quests, I'll probably be hitting that. Yeah, I'm fairly certain we'll be finishing it today. I mean, it's basically just consistency. I stream almost every day for about 4 hours, and I stick with the games till they're done. Except for these, of course. The Monday morning games are like, those are once-a-week games. So they do take a little longer, but I also generally pick shorter games for the Monday morning streams. I don't suppose you are... Chronicle is my name. I've been tasked by Miss Laurel to deliver a message. I should get to Miss Earl as soon as possible.
In that case, hop to it. Don't let it slow you down. She's worried sick. Outlander Lane, Room Portal. Yeah, some are a little harder to get into than others, but like I've said several times before that like the schedule stops me from overplaying and burning myself out, and you know, it's basically just a thing where I can look forward to, you know, this number of hours of playtime every day. So I don't overdo it and burn myself out, and I also don't since it's kind of scheduled, like it's all there set for me, so I also tend not to just take days off for no reason. Found the salted plums you wanted. And oddly enough, having like streaming actually helps me get through some of the bad parts or even whole bad games. Just for the simple fact that, you know, if we're in a bad part of a game or just playing a bad game in general, like we can make fun of it. Which is a lot better than just kind of suffering in silence, playing it by yourself when you have other people that can kind of help you make fun of the thing that you're going through. Like, what do you mean by cliffhanger? Like, do you have an example? Sure do. Weird that he actually likes this stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, what's all this fuss about?
What's the matter with you two, eh? Smell this bowl of meats to be breathed in deep. Here, take your stamp. Usually I'll stop. Like, I think I actually have done that before a couple of times where people have pointed it out where, like, we will get to, like, a big cliffhanger part of the story, but it's time for me to stop and there's, like, a save point presented to me right there. I'll be like sometimes even right before a boss battle after a cutscene. So yeah, I'll definitely stop. Mostly because a lot of the times, my quit time is just enough time for me to like wind down for about an hour or two before I have to go to sleep to go to work. Every once in a while, I'll go over to finish a game if I know it'll only take like maybe an extra hour to finish the game. But that's kind of bit me in the ass a couple of times where I assumed it would only be an hour and it ends up being 2 or 3. Which I probably should have just waited for the next stream for. Found someone named Chronicle in the forest. That simpleton. She sent him of all people. Well, if your sister's okay, that's all that matters, right? If she's dumb enough to run off in the woods, then more fool me for worrying about her. That's phrased odd. Whatever you say. Stamp, please.
Alright. So all the rest are in the ruin barrels. To think, because it actually starts getting hard to remember what games I played this year. Like, time starts to kind of run together. Let me take a quick look as which ones I've actually played today. Or this year, I mean. Okay, so basically these are my playlists on my YouTube channel, my archives, basically. So the first game of this year I played was Lost Age. With the Blaster... Well, we were probably in the middle of doing the Blaster Master Trilogy. I think I finished the last one there. Metal Max 2, Thousand Arms. Wolfstride is probably a strong contender. I really liked Wolfstride. Same with Cruel King, the Great Hero. AI, the Somnium Files is good. Radiant Historia. That one might be it. Radiant Historia might be it. Revenant Prince was good. Gungnir was really hard. East 9 was a little disappointing because it wasn't as good as East 8. Persona 5 Strikers was also a surprise. I ended up liking the story and the characters and everything better than vanilla. Oninaki was okay. The only problem with Oninaki was it could have used better writing. Like, the concepts are good, but the writing could have been better. Alliance Alive I liked a lot. Kudelka was really good. Kudelka was really good with the caveat that you remember that it's a PS1 game. Like, it was really ahead of its time for PS1. I liked Octopath, but probably not my favorite of the year. Golden Sun Dark Dawn was good, but yeah, that one ended on a cliffhanger. Wild Arms 4, I really liked the story. Mercenary Sagas Chronicle, I was going through it, but I'm not sure. I'm basically watching the series to see if it gets any better. Xenoblade Chronicles was okay. I'm playing Eiyuden Chronicles right now, and Wild Arms 5 I just finished. Wild Arms 5, like I said, it was pretty much better than Wild Arms 4 in every way, but I do feel like Wild Arms 4 hit me in the feels more, so I think I like the story for Wild Arms 4 better, even though it technically wasn't as well made. But we've only played Blue Dragon for about 2 hours. And it hits the ground running. It has a really good first impression to it. But we've only played 2 hours of it, so I can't say anything beyond the first impression. But I guess with everything I played this year, I'd have to say my favorite was Radiant Historia. I really liked Radiant Historia. Least favorite game? See, that's hard, because I really try not to focus on the negative when I'm playing something. I try to find something I like about games when I'm playing them. I guess I'd probably have to say Mercenary Chronicles 1. The original's a DS game. I played the like, I guess, enhanced version, like the way that it's an Atlas game, you know, like the way they always release like a Persona Royal Edition or Golden Edition. I played Perfect Chronology that was on the 3DS, and it had, you know, a bunch of extra content and everything. Yeah, I guess I'd have to say, if I had to pick out a least, it would probably be the first Mercenary Chronicles game, just because I played it on normal, and I guess it was like opposite problem with the second one, but essentially they don't know how to do difficulty in that series, at least as so far as I've played the first two. There's 6 games total, but normal is way too hard. Like, you can tell that all the enemies have loaded stats. Like, they're constantly just like one-shotting your party members, so you're just having to constantly revive them and try to win through attrition, to the point where even when you win a battle, it doesn't feel good because you got your ass kicked even if you win. And then if you play it on easy, it's an absolute cakewalk. Like, there's no, like, the hard mode is labeled normal and the normal mode is missing. And like, I played and you can't change difficulty mid-game. So I ended up playing the first one on hard, and it ended up being this, like I said, almost every battle once you get to the halfway point of the game is just a war of attrition. And then, I played the second game on easy, and it was like face roll. Yeah, because you could tell, like perfect example, a couple of levels in when I was playing the first game, the enemies started using this range skill on me. It was like basically the fighter class, and they have this range skill that's like a wind attack that hits like 3 squares away, and they had it like you level up your skills from like level 1 to level 8, and they were using like a level 3 version of the skill and hitting my characters for like 100 and some damage. At the point they only had like maybe 200 health. So I was like, oh, that's a really good skill. So as soon as it became available to me, I picked it up and I leveled it all the way up. I leveled it all the way up to level 8, and it was only doing like 60 damage for my characters, versus the enemies who were doing like well over 100 at like a level 3 version of the skill. Like, they just had multipliers on all their stats past what you get, and that was the normal mode. And that's what I'm saying. It's like easy is easy, normal is hard, and there is no normal mode. So that I'm hoping that the series gets better later. I was actually planning on going through all 6 of the games in a row on my Monday mornings, but after 2, I had to skip to something else. I'll go back and maybe do another 2 later and hope that they start ironing out all the problems. Because some of the later ones in the series do look legitimately good. I just don't know when it gets to that point or not. Let's check what Nami made. Yeah, because he's playing Fallout. I'm guessing you have to make all the parts separately. But Nami, you could have just made that faster in Minecraft. Alright, so we got 2 special fish to catch. Yeah, that's right, I only have a level 2. Oh, that was easy. I thought for sure that was going to be a way longer series of prompts. Turn all these in. Caught it! I caught the large catfish. You did? Wow, that's amazing. But no, that means I'll lose. I'll catch a bigger one, you'll see. Got one of those extra large salmon you were talking about. No way, you caught it? I'll not be bested by a whelp. That's a full stamp card. Hard white, people coming from all corners of the world to set up shop right here. Now chain up to 5 leak attacks. Oh, now we've got a black card. Another 30. I wonder if that's like post-game. I think we're about to start getting into the final sets of quests. I don't know that there's going to be another 28 side quests before then.
I found what you were looking for.
Good lord, this is it. Perfectly weighted. One sure strike with this. Follow up with my sword. Dual attack. Bertrand will never see it coming.
Bertrand?
Allow me to stamp that card for you, young lady.
Hogan, I found it.
Fantastic. More wares to adorn my walls. Here, take a stamp. You earned it. Just in case, let's check see if any more have popped up.
Let's see what's in here, then. Alright.
The third, I received a clandestine letter from the Galdian Empire regarding the Rune Bearers, signed by a man by the name of Hirswine. He claimed to be in the service of a Galdian lord, but neglected to name any names. He offered a hefty sum in exchange for information on the barrows and exclusive rights to excavate therein. The barrows belong to the League of Nations. The choice to sell them off to some imperial nobleman is not mine alone to make. I must report this to Mulka at once.
Exclusive mining rights? Why is the Empire being so sneaky about it? I do not know. I did not know any of this. Let's read on.
May 18th. Cannot understand what Mulka is thinking. He will grant Nunavea neither funds to rebuild nor soldiers to protect its people from monsters. Surely even he can see this as a death sentence. And he had the gall to entrust me with matters pertaining to the burrows. Some Margrave he has turned out to be. How can I alone save a town that has been abandoned by its Margrave? I fear I may no longer be in a position to resist Hirswine's mysterious offer.
I ain't heard as much of the townfolk, but what a useless Margrave he turned out to be. He just left everyone to die. Margrave Mulka's behavior was certainly odd upon reflection. How could a greedy little man like him turn his nose up at the money-making potential of the barrows? Perhaps he and his Hirswine character were conspiring together.
Think the League of Nations will throw its oar in with the Empire. What's in it for them?
Right, selling the rights means the Empire gets to keep everything. The League wouldn't like that. If he was as greedy as you say, why wouldn't he keep it all for himself?
Right, exactly.
What if, instead, he had been promised something more valuable than that which could be found in the barrows? For example... For example? His own life and the survival of House Chantra.
Isha, what are you saying?
If I were this Hearthwine fellow's lord, I would offer Molka a chance to keep his lands free of Imperial influence should the Empire become aggressive. In exchange, Molka would be expected to turn a blind eye to anything regarding the Barrows. That alone would be enough to turn a spineless, self-serving man like Molka. And the Empire could come and go as they please with no one to oppose them. The League isn't just a tool for the Empire to use and abuse, though. What right would they have?
Think the Empire would start a war over one measly little ruin?
No, perhaps not over one ruin. Regardless, starting war would mean giving up their anonymity. Why expose yourself if you didn't have to? We know not who this lord is, but they are close enough to the Emperor to wield his power. They must be of considerable influence, highly ranked, no doubt. Someone callous enough to manipulate Molka so readily may not care if their actions result in war. Or worse still, someone intent on sowing the seeds of disorder. Someone for whom war is the goal.
Alright. Let's keep in mind that this is our own little fantasy we're talking about.
Of course, but it would explain Molka's behavior. And if I'm right, the person behind it must be more villainous than I can even imagine. A storm may yet be approaching. Big one.
Sure know a lot about politics for a kid.
Right? I told you before, my magic made it difficult to make friends. So my father bought me a great many books. The friends I knew in my books were the only friends I had. Remember, I live in a remote frontier town. Passing merchants and annual trips to the city were my only chance to add to my collection. Children's books were hard to come by. History, math, I was given a lot of awfully difficult books. Even still, I enjoyed when my father would read to me, and enjoyed learning to read myself even more. Every time I learned a new word, he'd pat my head, say something like,
"You're so smart, Isha. Good job."
For real? You're not crying, are you?
Of course not. Just got something in my eye. You're the crying one, mate.
No, my eyes are just a little sweaty or something. You know, if Isha is right, why does this lord fellow want the treasure in the barrel so badly anyway? That I do not know, but according to my father, they also wanted information. Is it possible they didn't know what was down there? But they must have been looking for something. Something? Something. Anything. I don't know. Let's keep reading.
May 23rd. Today's General Assembly could not have gone worse. My proposal to send an expedition into the Barrows was opposed fiercely by the town elders. Something about a sorcerer or legend. Shiva, in particular, was very vocal in his disdain for my idea. Not surprising given what he knows about the Barrow's blessing. Even so, there's no going back now. The pact with Hearthwine has already been made. I have heard the Empire's research into magic has been progressing well. If they would just lend us their support, I'm sure we could find a way around that damn blessing.
Pharaoh's blessing? What could that be? Treasure. I suppose my father is my treasure. Growing up with this magic and this hair, everyone around me seemed unnerved. But my father always stood by me, even when no one else would. He told me this power was a gift from the land. He encouraged me to be proud of who I was, of what I was. I was right. Just like the citizens of old Nevea and those monsters, I'm one of that sorcerer's experiments. Oh, wait, we don't know that yet.
She's right. There's more to read.
More. The next entry is about the expedition into the Barrows.
May 28th. While searching the Barrows, we came upon a four-legged monster. Iron legs, no less. Except for me and Kukrit, who I believe may have escaped, the rest of my expedition team are dead. Forgive me, everyone. I am wounded, perhaps beyond hope. Isha, I am so sorry for leaving you alone in this cruel world. You are and will forever be my one and only treasure. I wanted to solve the mystery of these barrows and free you from their blessing once and for all. My dear, dear daughter, I pray that your life be long and rich with happiness.
Isha, you alright? If this diary is to be believed, my father is already... In that case, who have we been chasing all this time?
Okay, take it easy. We don't know yet.
Save your platitudes. Look, all this blood. Father, were you in the barrows because of me?
Isha, life isn't always as simple as a treasure hunt, right? There'll be hard times and harder times again. There'll be times when you just want the earth to open up and swallow you whole. So never feel bad about falling to your knees if that's where the world is pushing you. Cry till you can't cry no more. But never, and I mean never, let life break your spirit. When you're done crying, you stand up and press on, no matter what. Just like she said before.
Now that sounds like an adventure. Important to learn about your limits and what to train in advance and about preparation, of course. But to me, it's iron will that makes an adventurer. The unbreakable determination to press on, find the treasure, and make it out of any situation alive, no matter what.
No matter what they throw at you, stand on the other side of it, then you've not lost yet. Treasure that'll make it all worthwhile is in front of you, not behind you. So you gotta get back up.
Isha, if we're ever gonna know the truth, we'll have to find whatever was in the barrows. But we already searched the barrows. Father wasn't there. Take a look at this.
What is that?
The last page of the diary. The mayor drew this, didn't he? Father was an earnest researcher. This looks like he copied an old map of Nevea. And if this map is right, there's a menhir in the plaza that'll take us somewhere we haven't been yet.
Menhir? Plaza? Would you...
Yep, Shiva's clock tower. Old Shiva and his old pals built that clock tower around a menhir. The people of old Nevea must have done it after they sealed the sorcerer away, so that no one would ever go back to that part of the barrows. The mayor we saw is there. I just know it. My scavenger sense is telling me so. Sense, huh?
Scavenger sense is nothing to sniff at. Mercs have it too, you know. Instincts. On 3 years of experience.
Okay. I'll believe in your scavenger sense, CJ. We should find Shiva, ask him about the clock tower, and about this barrow's blessing. Shiva, we'd like a word. Quite urgent.
Can it wait?
It cannot. We found the mayor's diary in the barrels. I think you should give it a quick look.
Taxa, how could you be so stupid as to let the Empire make such fools of us?
Shiva, please tell me everything you know about the barrels' blessing.
Forget about that, you hear? Nothing anyone can do about it now anyway.
Shiva, please. Please tell me.
Wish I hadn't. In this town, every few decades, a child is born with a raw lens inside their body. Children all have azure hair. We're all born with a natural ability, magic.
That's why Isha can use magic.
Aye. You've got a raw lens, all right, inside you.
I knew it.
These azure-haired children are often skilled mages, but they don't get to enjoy it for long. The lens fills them with power, corrupts their bodies. They don't live to see adulthood.
No. Why? Why Isha? Why only Isha?
Wager is because she's gifted, knowledgeable, but I don't know. Damn it. As far back as I can remember, the townsfolk have called this the Barrow's Blessing. Of course, the youngsters don't know of it. The Docs and the other elders know anything about it.
Shut up, you're wrong. This must be wrong. That's not a blessing, it's a curse.
Want me to take these lonely, suffering children, look them in the eye, and tell them their curse? Oh, sure, that would help.
I didn't know
The ancestors couldn't end it, nor could I, nor could Doxa. Have you tried everything? You've tried absolutely everything to break this curse, have you? If Doxa had any other options, he'd never have made that deal with the Galdians, would he?
I see. So that's why my father ignored your protests and proceeded with the expedition. And you tried to keep me from the Barrows because you knew I had, well, not long left to live.
I just wanted you to live your life in peace, that's all. Can you ever forgive me, Isha? Isha, look at me. Don't listen to another word of this.
Thank you, Shiva. It would appear I have misjudged you.
Look at me. You have every right to live. Anything you're born with belongs to you. Don't let some old curse make choices about who you are. It gives this sorcerer and his magic the right. Wait till I get my hands on him.
Sorcerer. Magic. Wait. The sigil. Look, the sigil the mayor drew in this diary is the same sigil I saw in that lab down in the Barrows. The monster in the hologram got trapped in the sigil, and the sorcerer pulled the raw lens from its body.
And what?
You don't think it's odd? That sorcerer was supposed to be sealed away hundreds of years ago. But still, every few decades, right here in this town, a child is born with the blessing. Even though the sorcerer's been locked away for much longer than that. You mean...
Doxa said something similar a long time ago. Didn't think the numbers worked.
Exactly. Isha, Shiva. There's no sorcerer down there. Just a spell that's been casting itself over and over. In the vision, the old Nevaean who fought the sorcerer wasn't alone. The sorcerer performed the transmutation spell on all of them and grew raw lenses in each of their bodies. He said as much, didn't he? The grade of the lens is determined by the amount of magical power within the subject. Exactly. Something with a lot of magical power could grow a high-grade lens if the transmutation spell was given enough time. Monsters like that don't come along every day.
So instead of one big guinea pig, he tried it with many, many small ones.
Exactly, Guru, exactly. He sacrificed the old Nevaeans to try and mass-produce raw lenses.
What a villain.
Old Nevaeans must have been better with magic than the townsfolk around here today. That's why he was able to get several lenses out of them from one. And of those people, some realized what he had done and sought revenge.
His own creations turned against him.
But the spell was set up so it would work even when the sorcerer himself wasn't there. He kept going by the sigil and this drawing and that humongous lens we saw. That's why I was born this way. Makes sense, doesn't it? That's the reason for Isha's lens, the sigil under the town. So stands to reason if we head to the ruins under the plaza and smash up that sigil, Isha's blessing might just break too. Not might, it will. It definitely will. Isha and I didn't get off on the right foot, but she's my friend. No, my treasured friend. We have to save her. CJ.
Nothing more to say, is there? Let's get down to them barrels and bust it up.
Karoo?
Gramps, this clock tower used to be a menhir, didn't it? It did? Wait, I do remember the elders mentioning something about that when I was little. The clock tower was built from a massive stone that had fallen in the plaza.
I knew it. Wasn't there an indent that a rune lens could fit into somewhere? That's the only way to power a menhir.
You're right, I saw it myself. The stone inside the tower has a ridge just to the right size for a lens to slip into.
Where?
It's a hollow at the bottom, where the driving weight descends to ring a bell. There's no way to get you in there, though.
Why not?
The gear that connects the driving weight to the transmitting mechanism is broken. No matter how many times I wind the drum, neither the weight nor the hands will move an inch. If we can't get that weight to move, we can't reach the hollow.
I'm lost. We need to rebuild the gear to get the clock tower to work. Until it works, we can't reach the menhir. Is that right?
Yes. Why didn't you just say that then? Right, so let's get a new gear made. Easier said than done. It's a big one. Has to work with the other gears and pinions too. It's gotta be exactly the same as the original. No one around here who could make it.
Well, where can we find someone who can then?
In the capital. It's quite a trek.
Or Galdia. The Empire? The Galdian Empire has a thriving mechanical industry. Surely one of their machinists can make it.
Get it. That's even further away. Capital it is.
Why can't the smithy take care of it? The tower's good, you know.
I wouldn't know about that.
Let's go ask him.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go take my break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll continue. Back.
Tatara, we've got an order for you.
What's the matter? You didn't chip something again, did you?
Thankfully, no. I do have something I really need your help with, though.
Try quickly if we just show you. Mind coming with us to the clock tower for a bit? Mysterious. Well, I can't say no to you guys, can I? Head back to the plaza and I'll follow you over in a few.
You have my thanks, Tatara. Tatara!
Even Shiva's here. What's this about? I got something to show you, but it's in the clock tower, so come along. Watch your step now.
Now this is what the inside looks like.
Alright, good move on, will you? This machine room's the beating heart of the clock tower. Yeah, you'll find the gears that keep everything moving.
Tatara, we need you to build us a gear that will fit into this mechanism.
You want me to make you a gear?
Oh, please, Tatara, we really need it.
This type of work doesn't typically fall into the category of blacksmithing.
It doesn't?
Making weapons and equipment is based on forging, basically bashing metal with a hammer. This kind of intricate, finely detailed metal is made through casting, pouring molten metal into a mold. Afraid I've never done any casting before.
Oh.
Ah, come on. If you've seen one metal slab, you've seen them all, no? Now tell me about my trade, bucko. The tools needed couldn't be more different. Which is it? Let me have a look. Interesting. Afraid I have absolutely no idea how this works. Looks like a headache to me. Still have the broken gear from before? Just over there. Chipped, but mostly intact. Might be able to make a mold after all. You need a big container to melt it down, though. I'll need... yeah.
Tatara?
We'll take a mold of the broken deer, then melt it down and cast it anew. Might work, might not.
Oh.
But we need something else. Guessing it's not easy to get. Star tears.
Star tears? Astrolacrim. You're right, Guru. Not easy to get.
Of course it's not. What is it anyway?
Star tears are what we call shooting stars. Tatara needs the type of steel that's taken from them. It's incredibly rare.
What you need it for anyway? Can't you just use the broken one? Would if I could, but like I said, it's chipped. You could try looking for the chip if you want.
Can't we just make the gears out of regular iron? It's just that we don't really have a lot of time.
Wish there was more I could do, but all these gears are made from astrolacrim. If we just shoved in a gear made from something else, it'd break right away. So I'll just go look for the gear fragment, the bit that broke off. I already tore the place asunder looking for it, assuming it didn't shatter. Someone in town must have it. Would have thought making a simple gear would be such a pain. There's no steel stronger than astrolacrim, but there is for parts, weapons and armor too. But it chipped when it fell over, the earthquake. Must have been brittle, poorly cast probably. You might be right about that, all the other parts are still in one piece.
So it's got a reputation, I see. Understood, Tatara. We'll get you what you need. Wait for us at your shop.
Sure. I'll have my son and his miner pals haul these parts over. You lot take care now.
Hi, do you know anything about anyone who might have taken anything from around the clock tower? I'm looking for someone who might have a gear fragment.
I reckon Awamori might know something about that.
Awamori, who's that?
The drunkard who drinks in the plaza even though it's a perfectly good tavern got built.
Oh, that guy.
I don't know why, but I'm feeling Awamori might be able to help.
I'll go ask, thanks. Have you seen Awamori about anywhere? I've already checked the plaza. Awamori, have you tried his house? I'm sure his wife Preta would know where to find him. Unless she's already killed him. So he's married. Where's his house then? Apparently to the residential district. Thanks a lot. You're Preta, right? Is Awamori home? Of course he's not. Day in, day out, that old lout just drinks himself silly and never comes home. I'm finished with him. If I ever see him again, I'll string him up by the eaves of his underwear. Never heard that expression. Oh, let's take a breath, Preta. No good, drunkard. Death's too good for him. Kinda need him alive, though, at least for now. I have something I really need to ask him, so do you have any idea where he might be? I should like to know myself. I'm guessing we've already checked the tavern. Yep, I did. Nope, he's not there. Any other ideas? Maybe he's finally sobered up then. In hiding is my guess. He knows what's in store for him when he gets back. He doesn't have the guts to step outside the town either, so he must be around here somewhere. Like I said, he's probably hiding. It wasn't as helpful as I'd hoped. Okay, thanks. I'll go looking for hiding places. I'm not angry at you. If you find him, just tell him to come home, okay? And if he actually comes home, I'll string him up by the eaves of his underwear. Got it. I'll let him know.
It looks like the room quarter.
Awamori, I finally found you.
I'm sorry. Don't tell her I'm here.
If you don't want me to tell Preta where you are, answer some questions. Sound fair?
Anything. Go ahead. Ask me anything.
When the clock tower fell after the earthquake, did you see anyone take an iron-looking thing from this big... Take an iron-looking thing around this big from the plaza?
No, I don't know about that. Not me.
So you didn't see anyone pick anything up?
You know, last time I woke up in the plaza in the dead of night, I might have seen someone with something shiny.
Shiny? What did they look like?
I was half asleep. Besides, the only light was the moon. Couldn't see them clearly.
Gotta remember something. If you don't, I might just have to pay Preta a visit.
Skinny. He was skinny. He had a feather on his head.
Feather? Like on a hat? What else?
Might have been a hat. His head was a funny shape, though. I don't remember him having a neck.
Skinny with no neck. Was he wearing a scarf by any chance?
Yes, his neck looked fuzzy, all right. I think he had something in his mouth.
Pipe, perhaps?
I was sharper than that, pointed downward, I think. When he took the shiny thing, his eyes got all shiny, too.
I think I know who it might be. Thanks, Awamori.
I'll tell Predator where I am, okay? I've got nowhere else to go.
She asked me to tell you to go home, but apart from that, I'm staying out of it.
She asked you what?
She said she won't be mad so long as you go home.
That is a lie. That is not what she said. If I go home, she'll...
Hang you up on the use of your underwear, yeah.
I'm not gonna go home to that. Yep, it is Squash.
Squash, did you take any shiny thing from the plaza a while ago?
You've done your research, I see. A fragment of astrolacrum splintered off a gear, so I added it to my little collection.
I knew it. That's a gear fragment from the clock tower. We can't fix it without that piece. Can we have it, just as it is?
That's so. Very well. Only fair to return it.
Thank you. I owe you big.
I might not part with it for anyone else, CJ. Apologies for inconveniencing you.
Tatara, I've got what you need.
Nice work. I'll start the casting right away. Had to start with the Crucible, so come back in 4 or 5 days.
Got it. Thanks, Tatara. Hi, Tatara. Is the gear ready?
There is. Not bad for my first time casting, if I do say so myself.
You're my hero, Tatara. Can't thank you enough.
Now stop. Besides, it was pretty fun to try casting. Think I can expand my services thanks to you guys. Need anything else cast, just let me know.
Will do. We got all we need for now, but if anything comes up, we'll swing by.
Lied. Absolutely has not expanded his services.
Shiva, the gear is ready.
Hey, little star. With this, we can finally finish renewing Nunevea's pride and joy. I was wrong to treat you so poorly, CJ. You're a good person. Here, take a stamp.
Manir, now we could finally head to the barrows beneath the town.
Took long enough, didn't it? Come on, let's get this show on the road.
Isha? My father made a deal with the Empire and put the townsfolk in danger by dragging them into the barrows, all for my sake. I put the people of this town through so much. Can I ever make it up to them?
Isha, listen. Doxa did everything he did to save his little girl. Now that little girl will have to pick up where he left off. Besides, you already have. Who else could have kept this town running like clockwork since Doxa disappeared? Shudder to think what'll become of this place without you. So if this town you're worried about, then go smash that sigil to bits and be free yourself from this blasted blessing.
Shiva, thank you.
Will not be able to return to town or use signposts from this point on. Alright, we're in the endgame.
Glad to hear you saying nice things for a change, but do you think you could get this gear in place for us?
Right away. Give me a hand, will you? It's huge. I've got it. Alright then, use that pulley to drag the weights up. My arms are already ready to fall off. This one, yeah. Here we go.
It's moving. The weight is rising.
I should hope so, mate. Yeah, it's working alright. At this rate, the weights will reach the bottom in about 4 days. Sounds about right, if memory serves. Just wound it up every 4 days or so back in the day.
Didn't you say we'd have to ride the weight down to where the lens fits in?
I did.
Are you telling me it'll take 4 days?
Don't be silly. There's a maintenance lever that'll take you right down.
Oh, good.
What are you waiting for? An invitation? Hop on that weight and get going.
Got it.
Just gotta pull this lever and you'll be away.
Watch out, CJ. I don't want my friends to get hurt. Don't worry, it's just a short trip down, isn't it? Ready when you are, Shiva. It's here. The lens can fit in here. Alright, Menhir. Need to help my friend, so wakey wakey. Work. Now to solve this little riddle. Yes, time to smash that sigil up good.
Ah!
Shiva, why are you here? Must be because he was near the Menhir too.
This just gets better and better.
Shiva, are you hurt?
That took the ears off me. What just happened?
I should have said something, Shiva. Anyone near the Menhir gets pulled in through it. I didn't think.
That's how it works, eh? They're right. I'll have to stock up on healthy forever to get those years back. Hold on. We in the barrows? I never. This is... Guys have had this place all to yourselves all this time.
He's changed his tune.
Amazing what a change of perspective can do, ain't it?
Well, it is quite striking when you see it in person.
What do we do about Gramps? Can't drag him along behind us, can we?
Even if we wanted to send him back, I don't see the Menhir around here anywhere. We can hardly leave him here. He'll have to come along.
This just gets better and better.
Are we gonna have to, like, escort mission protect him on the whole way?
Well, what do we have here?
Shiva, please refrain from touching anything. Who knows what could happen? It looks a lot like the other room we saw. Another one of the sorcerer's labs?
Oh, a raw lens. Seen better days, hasn't it? Dim, dirty, think it's broken.
It's lost its power. It looks like it was used to power up a rune lens.
So it's just a shell. Great.
Father?
He lived.
That humongous lens!
Worked. All those raw lenses from the monsters in the ruins. Their power, it's working. Finally, through transmutation, I can turn these raw lenses into something greater. worms that populate Nevea are just as worthless as the cattle that came before them, but in greater numbers. Every one of the worms are to produce a raw lens. I might have enough magical power to learn the truth of the rune barrels. If not, I'll just wait for new worms to seep in and do it all again. It's gone. What are you doing, Daxa? You say he wanted a raw lens from every one of the worms?
He did. I think I finally get it. His plan was to empower the sigil using that humongous lens, and curse the whole town with this Barrow's blessing.
Dirty no good. Think I'm just gonna let you play me like that, do you?
It's clear now. That is not my father. Isha? That is the evil sorcerer who cursed my home, and when I find him, I'll put an end to this for good. We have to act fast. The sigil must be destroyed. Anyone who gets in our way can meet the same end. Destroy them. Destroy them all.
Now we're talking. Anyone tries to stop us, you leave them to me, mate.
Isha, I'm sorry. I had no idea it would end like this. You did nothing but stay true to your word, CJ. I am grateful, truly. Will you help me one last time to finish what my father couldn't? You even have to ask? Let's do it, Isha.
Who are they?
Lens bandits. I thought you all gave up and ran away.
We haven't heard from you in quite some time. I couldn't help but feel like perhaps my presence was required. That enormous lens is up ahead, is it not, Guru? Who's he? An Imperial dog. Same as me.
What?
I must thank you, young ladies, for assisting my compatriot. As your services are no longer required, I shall permit you to join your fallen Nevean brethren here among the rubble.
Cursed swine, I presume. The Imperial who made a pact with my father. Is the Empire in the habit of sending rogues to cause trouble in neighboring territories now? Tax evaders, no less. I thought an empire would at least show some semblance of dignity. Have you no shame?
How dare you?
Oh, I don't know. Riding on coattails and taking what's not yours sounds imperial to me. Not big and bold enough to come get your own treasure, no? A leech is all you are.
I will not be spoken to by some lowly ore-stained street urchin. Guru, take care of these savages at once. Have your ears sealed up, Beastman? Or have you forgotten about your poor daughter? Shall you let her suffer as your late wife did? Rich enough for treachery, are we? Eliminate these gutter snipes and go fetch me that enormous lens. Me? Disobey me and I'll take your daughter's life before her sickness has the chance. Oh, do you ever shut up? If you want to punish me, you're free to try your luck here and now. I'll have your head back to your mates in Galdia before you get anywhere near my alibi.
So his daughter's name is Alibi, one letter off from Wallaby.
Attack! Attack! Curse you! You're nothing! Howl all you want on the other side. What the? I can't see a thing. Damn it, did he get away?
Guru? Are you sure you want to stay here?
I can't fight tooth and nail to save my own kid, just to let you and the kids here die. We'll end this together, and then go get my little alibi and bring her here.
Just say the word and you'll have a home here in New Nevea.
My brother has another rental house you can have. Be all too happy to have a new friend. I'd hate to impose, but Alabi is sick. The air here is so clean, hot spring. I don't know how long she's got left, but I just want her to enjoy it.
Your sickness can't be healed?
Doc said it's too late for that. Got a couple of years left at best. All this was done, I was out. That was the plan. Take the money and run. I shouldn't have lied to you.
Guru, were it not for you, we never would have made it this far. He's right. What's with the getting all guilt-ridden all of a sudden? Think we got room for one more here, Isha? I think I'd like to stay myself. Of course, how foolish would be to force out a friend. I never thought I'd have one, let alone two. Yeah, there won't be much town left for us to live in if we don't destroy that sigil. Let's go.
What about me?
You're our friend too.
Yes.
The final battle.
This looks like the innermost chamber. I can feel magic energy pulsing from the other side. The sigil is in there for sure.
This is it, huh? I want to run a last-minute gear check before we barge in. There won't be much use in there. I'll wait here. Don't keep me waiting, though. We'll come home now. All three of you. Home.
Hey, fake mayor! Think you're real clever, do you? Got you now. We know who you really are.
Show yourself. I didn't come all this way to be ignored, mate. Isha. Stop these scoundrels. Father is trying to save the town, okay? Please, you have to trust me.
Shut up!
Isha, stop.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, you monster!
You called me monster, who would murder your own father. Look upon your monstrousness, his body blooded, his bones broken. Your beloved father. He was in much worse condition when I found him, of course.
You're a monster, all right.
Damage this body all you want. I feel nothing. You cannot hurt me. Damn it.
I'm ready, CJ. Guru, don't hold back.
So the worms have turned. Very well. It's too early to harvest you, but I'll let you entertain me for a while. Then I'll dismember each of you and pull raw lenses out of your lifeless husks. That can't be your only form.
Father, I have avenged you. Isha.
There's life in him yet. How fun. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in 300 years.
What's happening? His power is increasing exponentially.
You animals have freed me of my physical form, so now I can be so much more. I never imagined a simple soul extraction could give me so much power. Gather my failed experiments. Those who died here needlessly, come to me and feed my power. Massive. Twist my limbs and spill my guts all you want. I can't die. Wouldn't you rather just join me? I don't know if he's only out for a certain amount of time or if he goes back in once he's taken a certain amount of damage. Fools, you are but worms. I'll... Even if you defeat me, the sigil will live on. The spell will continue. Anyone who dares set foot in Nevaeh will be but fodder for my ambitions. Just die.
Isha, now! Be gone! Be gone!
My time is up. This is the end.
The sigil, it won't stop. Stop! It's no use. What can we do? The rune lens. We have to destroy it. It's powering the sigil. But that's what you came here for. You need a treasure to take home. I already got what I came here for. You, Garou, the townsfolk. New Nevaeh is my treasure and my home. And there ain't no bigger treasure than that. Isha, Garou, you with me? CJ.
Till the end, mate.
Full power. Do you think Garou was able to get to Alibi in time? Can you believe he just ran off without so much as a word? He didn't even tell me where the treasure was. What kind of treasure hunter just leaves their partner high and dry? Calm down. The most important thing is that both he and Alibi return safely. Of course they will. Just watch, you'll see. I meant to ask, but how are you doing? Well, destroying the sigil didn't do much about the raw lens inside me. Upon inspection, from various sources, it's become attached to several vital organs, too dangerous to remove. Right. I know not when this lens will choose to end my life, but until it does, I intend to be the best mayor I can possibly be. That settles it. I've got my next mission. We, you and me, are going to find a way to get rid of that raw lens. Now that the town's budget books are nice and balanced again, Goktul and Shiva can take care of that stuff. There ain't no treasure I can't find, so leave it to me. We'll cure poor little Alibi and find a way to deal with that lens. Scavenger's honor. You with me? Time spent with friends is to be treasured, I suppose. And I would like to see some more of the world. I'm with you, CJ. But I'll find what I need myself. I can't rely on you for everything. Whatever you say.
I assume both of those things will probably be like either side quests or like the stuff you need to do to recruit them when Eiyuden actually comes out. How are we doing, ladies? Miss Mayor, I got a question, if you don't mind. Merchant swung by earlier to deliver a letter. I ain't never heard of no one by the name of Crown Jewel, though. You got any idea who that might be?
Shh, not so loud.
Darn it, don't tell me CJ is...
Short for Crown Jewel. Well, so what if it is? Excuse me, suitable for a scavenger. Yes, very shiny.
Not a name I'm likely to forget, that's for sure. Our little Crown Jewel.
Not a word to Garou, you got that, or I'll kill the both of you. Of course, of course. Not like I can do much about it. My family names all their kids after treasures, if you must know.
That explains the sender's name being Gold Digger, I suppose. Crown Jewel gets a letter from Gold Digger. For a spell, I thought the younguns were playing a prank on me.
Gold Digger? My dad. I sent him a letter along with my stamp card. Told him the stamp card was the treasure I'd found on my rite of passage. I guess this is his reply.
To my lovely Crown Jewel, first things first, I owe you an apology. That raw lens I said I found on my rite of passage. It's a fake we've had in the family for years.
It's a what?
Don't be too angry about it. The rite's not really about treasure in that sense. It's about learning what's important to you. In my case, the treasure I found was your mom. Then you, the gift that kept on giving. From what I read in your letter, seems like you've done pretty well for yourself. You've made your old dad proud, sweetheart. Whenever you feel like coming home, we'll be right here. No matter how far this world takes you, you'll always be my pride and joy. Priceless treasure. Lots of love, Gold Digger.
So yeah, basically healing Alibi, taking the lens out of Isha, probably things that you'll have to do to recruit them in Eiyuden. But CJ's name is Crown Jewel, and her father's name is Gold Digger. I guess we'll have to wait after the credits to see if there is any. Like, I'll continue collecting stamps for the next hour. But I mean, I checked back at the board the entire time until we got to the point of no return, so I assume that the rest of them are post-game. I'm guessing that all the characters that had a portrait might be characters you can recruit in Eiyuden when it comes out. Which, I think they're lining them all up on screen right now. Gakuto, Malore, Isha, CJ, Yugo, Squash, the armor girl. Like, I think all the characters with portraits are lining up on the screen now, and probably all of those will be recruitable characters in Eiyuden. Of course, the only one I'm 100% sure about is Guru, because in one of the trailers it shows him in like the turn-based combat. But this is a pretty fun little game for like a prequel to the bigger game to come out. I have a feeling that whole League of Nations and Empire that they were talking about towards the end is probably the main conflict that's going to happen in the main game when it comes out. So you failed to secure the Primal Rune Lens. I can offer only my apologies, Mighty Dukes. We have secured rune lenses and raw lenses, but the largest one, the supposed primal lens, has been destroyed. In addition, the room in which the lens was found appears to have caved in as a result of the power released in the sigil's destruction. It appears that we underestimated the adventurers, or at least some of them. I take full responsibility. The fault lies with me. I expected too much of you. If I may, you may not. My lord, First one. You obey me, not your own selfish whims. Leave. This world is not the one I want, but it will be.
Okay, I guess that's a hint at one of the major antagonists of the main game. Not actually going to show him to us, though. What were the things that I got? Ensures all attacks are critical hits. Increases the item drop rate when defeating enemies to 100%. It's 23. That's still not enough to finish up the card, though. Ask you a favor? Favor from me? Help if you introduce yourself first. Name's Coroner. God lost a treasure down the quarry. You need someone to go find it for you. Treasure? Say no more. Leave it to me. You're an adventurer too, aren't you? Like, sounds familiar. Yeah, these are all like repeats of the quests that I did before, just with higher level rewards. Or at least some of them are. That's weird. Some of these sound like new stuff, and some of them sound like repeats of quests that I did before. didn't actually upgrade anything. One more in the Great Forest. Other than that, I've got them all. So 16 total. But yeah, that's still going to leave me 4 short of finishing this card. Unless more open up. So it seems like hard mode just pumps up the level on everything. But at least that answers a question that I've never had to answer in the main game, is how do you revive someone when they get knocked out? Just a heal. That's 3 fish I needed. Town outskirts, Outlander Lake. What else is in the barrows? Golem rubble, but I don't know where that's supposed to come. I'm guessing it's one of the bosses. Emerson's sword. That. Is that by the fishing? How did he lose his sword by the fishing spot? The next Monday game is That Way Madness Lies. The same guys, it's the Boyd Games, it's the guys who did the Cthulhu Saves the World, Cthulhu Saves Christmas. Where were their golems? No, it's like Sailor Moon and Shakespeare mixed together in a JRPG. That's the basic bit of it. And they said it's about the same length as Cthulhu Saves Christmas, so it's probably about 10 to 12 hours at most. I figured it'd be a good Monday game. I think it's like it's slightly different from a name of a book. Like, I think the book is This Way Madness Lies, and the game is That Way Madness Lies. Like, it's like slightly different from the book title. Wait, maybe the golem was in the quarry. I think there was a golem fight in the quarry. I think that might be where I get the golem rubble. Because I have one of them. I don't think I fought it that many times. Either way, let's go turn in what we've got. Rune Quarter, Farm, Plaza, Town Outskirts, Town Outskirts. Yeah, it's like a one-word difference from the book title, I think. I'm sure there were a lot in the quarry. Oh no, that one specifically says Golem Rubble in the Barrows, though. Yeah, he dropped a giant stone, not golem rubble. So I do need to find golems in the barrow. I don't remember where they were. So I just need one more high purity ore. I could probably make one if I really needed to at the trader. That's the last one I needed. Outlander Lane, 2nd Street, Farm, Plaza. Town outskirts, town outskirts. Definitely need to stop off and rest at the house. Or at the very least, put more potions into the stow pack before I head out to the next area. Still only 4. I need 5 more stamps. But could be one more that pops up once I'm finished one of these. Fuck, that hurt. I will say, these hard difficulty enemies that are like way over leveled, they hit hard. It's not telling me where to get them either. Maybe I can just buy them from the pasture, because it's not marking anywhere for me to, like, where I can pick them up here. Technically, I don't even need to do any of this, and it's about quitting time, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little curious what you get for filling out the black card. There, so now all I need is the golem level. Outlander, Plaza. Alright, so we have the last two quests that we need to finish out the black card. It's just a matter of doing them. Is there any chance that golem parts can be traded for? That's literally the last stamp I need. Golem rubble. Golem rubble. Yes, I can make 2 more. There we go. Got my black card. Let's finish it off. A local hero. That's it. All I get is a... I get as an achievement. Nothing actually changes. Okay. I do. Okay, what I thought it was before. This is it. Because I remember them saying that after a certain point, a lot of them just become repeatable, and they give you different rewards. I'm guessing that's here now. Because I'm pretty sure that achievement that I just got said do all the side quests, so that means that these are now repeats. Alright, so let's save, and this will be where we say goodbye to the game. I just wanted to see what would happen when you finish the black card, and literally all it is just an achievement. So yeah, so we're done with Eiyuden Chronicle Rising. So next Monday, when we come back, we will be playing... Is it This Way Madness Lies or That Way Madness Lies? Yeah, it's This Way Madness Lies. That Way Madness Lies is the book. But, basically, this game. The Boyd Games game. And it's basically, you know, it's very Shakespeare-inspired, and the main characters are essentially like Sailor Moon, you know, Sailor Moon-style characters. So that's what we'll be playing next Monday. Will be our new Monday game. Probably only lasts for 2 or 3 weeks. If it's about the same length as Cthulhu Saves Christmas, probably like 8 to 10 hours. Quick game. Then, as for tomorrow and the rest of the week, probably a couple of weeks, we'll be playing Blue Dragon. That was the requested game. We only played 2 hours of it on Saturday morning. And it has a good opening. It hits the ground running. It is very interesting from the start, so we'll see if it can keep that going. I guess for right now, let me give callouts, and then I'll end. So Ragna, Nami, Rampage, Samato, Frogurt, Conman. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, KDT Rampage, for the raid. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, we'll continue tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in your area. And we will be picking up with Blue Dragon again. Right now, let me see if I can find someone.
I guess let's go ahead and raid Slurpee Ninja. They're playing the Romancing Saga Minstrel Song. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody.